We are live in my living room. We shall see how this goes. So, hey everybody, this is Rock Queen 71 coming at you live from my headquarters in Rock, Oklahoma. We are live inside my living room. Not outside because there's a tornado warning. Inside, and we're comfy and cozy. And, hey, it's April Fool's Day. Have you played any tricks on anybody? For the first time in a long time, I have not. Because I was really in a lot of pain and all that stuff. But I hope life's right. I hope life is not dragging you down. I hope you're smiling and laughing and just enjoying your night. I want to go in my studio and actually do AI stuff and just talk about different stuff and as soon as I sat in that gaming chair, I couldn't sit in it for 10-15 minutes, so I had to come in my living room. I'm doing well. I'm in a lot of pain. That's why I'm sitting in the living room. How are you, Moto? I want to get back to my studio, but right now I can't. Well, don't get it. I'll tell you why. Because, first of all, anything with gaming in it is like 3 times more expensive. And you're better off getting like an office chair or something. It's always the first time. I've gone through so many gaming chairs. The ones out there is burnt up, but I can't take it with my back. I just can't. Even if I have a pillow, you know, where my back is, I can't. It's too much. Sometimes I can do it, sometimes I can't. So, here we are in my living room. I just, I actually fell last night. Again. And Jim came rushing home and, yeah. I had to go to the ER, thank God. But, he came home and, you know, medication, and then off to bed I went with my back. So, and I don't like falling because if I hit my head, if I break something, forget it. I can't rely on my in-laws. You know what I mean? And it can get scary at times. But, oh well, you have to do what you have to do, right? So, who here has played jokes on people today? It's April Fool's, you know. And actually, uh, it's my grandmother's anniversary of her death. She died in 1996. I don't know. I just had to bring that up. Miss you, Grandma. But I've been wanting to go in my studio for a long time, and I have a tablet. It's not like an iPad. It's a tablet, so I can't do certain things on that tablet that I can do on my computer, like make AI stuff, you know. So, uh, I was hoping the cats would come around. You know, like, come here, Lunar. Lunar's like, no, not now. So here I am in a comfortable spot on the couch. Jim says it's like the wrong spot on the couch because actually this seat is broken. Feels comfortable to me. So I'm just right now I'm here. I'm live. And I hope a tornado doesn't come whiz on through. You know, what, about a week and a half ago, right? Wildfires. Now we have to worry about tornadoes. What a fun state this is! But we live for danger, don't we? So, I have so many projects I want to do. And I just can't sit in that gaming chair. It kills me. Because there's a new AI site out called Lemon Slice. It used to be called Efinity, and it has to do with talking avatars and all that. And it's like, well, let's go back there. And I want to try Runway. I feel like I'm so far behind with AI stuff. You know. Now, if I had a laptop, I could do things. Right? But I'm not worried about a laptop. You know. I just have to get me back. Right now. I have to worry about me. I have a doctor's appointment on April 28th. So we'll see what happens from there. But I should have got the ice pack on my back before I started this, but I didn't. So, have you guys heard of Kid Rock, Bill Maher, and Donald Trump? I think the other night had a meeting, and at first Donald Trump didn't want to do it. He's like, I don't know about this, but from what Kid Rock said, that the meeting between Bill Maher and Donald Trump and Kid Rock turned out to be okay. And Bill Maher was never invited to the White House before Donald Trump. How about that, huh? Do you think Kid Rock and Bill Maher went up to the roof like Willie Nelson did and smoked some pot? I doubt it. But who knows? Come here, Muskogee. So, I feel naked without my glasses. I can wear my granny glasses. And Jim would be happy about that. And Cherokee is just... he doesn't want to be seen on camera. But, yeah, so this is my living room. It's a very comfortable space. I do not like this couch, I will admit. I want to get a new couch. He wants to get 2 chairs, like theater chairs, and I don't want that because what if people come over and people don't have nowhere to sit? So, but he says this is the most uncomfortable seat on the couch. And that's why he's like, that's why you're always in pain, is because you sit in the seat and that's why you're in pain all the time. It's like, you know, Archie Bunker. He always had that one chair, which is in the Smithsonian Institute, by the way. Archie Bunker's chair. And he always sat in it. He didn't want anybody else to sit in it. Not Meathead. Nobody else. I guess that's me. I guess. So I hope you guys are doing well out there. Let's chat it up, guys. You know, we can talk about just about anything. Just about anything. Hi, Selena. I'm doing fine. I shouldn't say fine. Fine means fucked up, rational, neurotic, emotional. I'm doing the best as I can right now. How are you doing? Instead of doing the live stream outside, we're doing it inside the house because we are under a tornado warning. That's right. That's right. You are so right. You know, and some people don't understand that. But like with me, I put so much pressure on myself. You know what I mean? Because I put the bar up here and I'll grab it and I'll fall right on my face, and you know, but it is what it is, right? Where are you from? A hurricane? Where are you from? Well, about a couple weeks ago, we went through a wildfire and it came that close to the house. So we're lucky we didn't lose the house. Oh, in Georgia? I love Georgia. My husband that passed away years ago, we used to go to Georgia all the time. Yeah, you stay safe too. You guys have been through a lot with Hurricane Milton, Hurricane Helene, and then the wildfires and everything else and stuff. It was scary for me. I survived Superstorm Sandy, a couple of floods in my life, okay, a couple of tornadoes back in Jersey, okay? And yeah, we do have tornadoes in Jersey. Not as many as here, but you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, all through Oklahoma, it was wildfire after wildfire after wildfire. Yeah. Did you see what happened in Myanmar, Bangkok, about the earthquakes and stuff? They said that they're thinking over 2,000 people passed away. Morris County, New Jersey. That's northwest. I'm like 45 minutes away from New York City. My hometown was Denville. Puerto Rico. Well, a couple years ago, well, this is before I moved here, my husband experienced an earthquake that shook him out of the bed here in Oklahoma. And, you know, so we get everything here. Yeah. 2025 has been insane. With the plane crashes, with the natural disasters and everything. Tell you the truth, I can't wait until this year gets over with. I'm just saying. I'm just... I never experienced an earthquake before, but there's always a first time, right? sorry to hear that. What happened in 2024? I hope things get better for you. I sincerely hope things get better for you. Just keep the faith. You know, if you have a good support team and rely on them, and if you don't really have anybody, you can always come here to talk. You know, that's the only reason why I stream is because I'm in recovery from crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. And I deal with my depression, anxiety, whatever, and that's the only reason why I stream. It's not for the fame, money, nothing. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Your dogs are like family, right? Was your home life stressed because, you know, the death of the dogs and financial reasons and all that? I just got evicted. That's stress. Yeah. Thank God for your mother, right? Well, happy birthday. My birthday's on the 7th of this month. Oh. That's tough. When you had pets since you were little. Well, she can always take him to court. I mean, if it's causing you and your mom a lot of stress and stuff, that's not good. I mean, yeah, until something, and I'm not wishing this on her, okay? Until something happens, right? I would still talk to her, saying, "Mom, if you don't do anything, and I'm not saying you can, but I'm just saying, just say, Mom, I'm gonna move somewhere else and stuff, either to a friend's house or to a family member's house. I can't take this anymore." Is that her boyfriend, or just somebody that she met? There's a saying in AA. Well, actually, there's a saying that a friend said to me a long time ago when I was in my addiction, right? Saying, a hard head makes a soft ass. And boy, do I have a soft ass. I never learned until, you know, I did for myself. Oh, so they probably met on Facebook, right? Well, at least you have something to look forward to, right? You're going to school. You're trying, right? You're trying to improve your life and everything else, and you're gonna get married, right? You can't move in. I mean, you can't move in with your fiance or anything. I'm sure he would understand. I mean, what are you taking up in college? Yeah. Yeah, but on and off, right? Well, that tells you something right there too. I got rid of Facebook a long time ago. You know, too much crap on there. I don't. Oh, he's in Ohio. And what's he taking up? So you guys have been in a long distance relationship. Engineering? Oh, he must be a brainiac, right? Engineering, right? I mean that in a sincere way. I don't mean, I feel like I'm being a brainiac and a nerd from doing all this AI crap. You know? I'm a metal chick from Jersey, damn it! Not nerd. He's very smart, and I'm so proud we've known each other since middle school. He is my biggest inspiration. So you knew each other from middle school, from the same town and everything, right? God bless you, honey. God bless you. I'm glad. Because a lot of these kids today, they don't want to do crap. Except for being on the computer and all that stuff. You need coffee? Hey, I have Java Monster. That's even better than coffee. Java Monster is the only rocket fuel for this rock queen. Hell yeah! God is good. I should have been dead years ago, Selena, from my addiction and all that stuff. And look at me now. I'm living the dream in Tornado Alley. You know. Moto meets Selena, Selena meets Moto. Well, this is salted caramel. I really don't like salted caramel that much. I like Mean Bean, And do you know, this is so freaking stupid. Jim thought Mean Bean was like, he never thought it was like for vanilla. And I'm like, that's Mean Bean. That's vanilla flavoring. He's like, no, it's not. I'm like, yes, it is. And I had to show him. What? I mean, you are so happy. I love the positivity also. Ooh, I want to try that one. I already have a grip on Strawberry Monsters. Listen, Selena. thank you for the compliment, by the way. I truly appreciate it. More than you'll ever know. I go through my pain, and listen, I want people, when they come in on my stream, I want them to feel uplifted, supported. And people just want to talk. They don't want to bash heads or anything else. We just want to talk. You heard the Jersey accent, right, when I said talk. You know. That's how I am. But when I was back in my addiction, you wouldn't even want to know me. You know what I mean? Who's smart? Who's smart? I'm not smart. I'm just a washed up drummer, ex-junkie from Jersey. I know. Hey, what's up? Oklahoma! I wanted to talk to you about something. Oh, it's been a while there, bud. No. Oklahoma, say hi to Moto and Selena and all that stuff. Well, you made my night too, Selena. I want to talk to you about something. And I've been... Oh, my God. I get sidetracked a lot. You know, with all this crap going on. Were you hit by the wildfires? Oklahoma? Thank you, Selena. Well, you rock, girlfriend. I don't know why Moto... What, the wildfire? I'm going to tell you something. We almost lost everything. Everything. I don't take off for points, Moto. I might ban you, though. I might ban you. For misspelling. I don't know. We came that close. Broke. That close. And... we were... It happened like about a week and a half ago. Jim was coming home from work, okay? He works nights. And I was in bed out of it, okay? Jim comes running in. Goes to the bedroom, says, Vic, you gotta get up. And stupid me, I said to him, well, can I have a cigarette first? Duh! Anyway, he's trying to not panic. Okay? So I come here, I have a cigarette so I can just wake up, right? And the house was being filled with smoke, right? He's trying to get the cats into the carriers, okay? I open up the back door. The glow of redness. It was a half a mile. My neighbor, Jerry, who's a Vietnam vet, he actually raised three doctors, lost everything. Okay? I'm getting, hold on. It was surreal. It was surreal. so blessed. And I'm going to say this, and people are going to say, yeah, right, Vic, whatever, Vic. I swear, my mother-in-law, who passed away in 2021, she was like my mother, away from home. I swear to God, she went up to God saying, God, don't touch our property. We've had that property for years. Please don't do anything with that property. Save that property. I swear, because why would all this be saved? I mean, I know God, okay? I know God had something to do with it too, but I think my mother-in-law pushed him. Oh, Selena. I would get out of that situation, Selena. Thanks, Moto. That's insane. I tried to film some of the fires out here, but the cops blocked the road. We have some footage. What? She's in Georgia. No. I would just walk out of the house and just take a walk, or maybe call a friend and say, I need to get out of here before something happens with me and my mother. You know what I mean? Is that guy still? Is that Selena? Is your mother's boyfriend there now? Good, but stay safe, Selena. Stay safe, okay? Keep us on. You know. Oh, it's not. It's not even her boy. Well, something's up, but well, Broklahoma. Selena said she almost was hit with a hurricane. All that. Look at the wildfires that are still going on in West Tennessee. I can't watch the news, when it comes to that, because I feel like I have post-traumatic stress disorder from the wildfires from a couple of weeks ago. It's you guys in the South, in the Southeast, have been through hell. What, with me or with her? There's no storms around here. No. No. We had like a warning, but we're okay for now. It's not Cleveland County either, by the way. It's Cleveland, the town. We live like in the Westport area. Well, stay safe, buddy. It just seems like one thing after the other. I think, yeah. But I'm in Cleveland, the town, and not in Ohio either. We live in the Westport area. Sometimes when I have to go to the doctors and stuff, they're like, "Where are you from?" I'm like, "Cleveland." They said, "Oh, okay," and they think it's Cleveland County. I'm like, "No, it's the town." Yeah. I know you are because you live right by Toby Keith's grave. Xenia, Ohio, never even heard of it. Yep. All these natural disasters, you have to think of this, okay? I know, I want to they actually did a good job on his grave site. I want to go there so bad. I want to comment on your video when you went to Toby Keith's grave, and I got sidetracked by something. There's still, and you know what, Broklahoma? There's still a void. There's still a void with Toby Keith's death. You know what I'm talking about? I still feel that void. You know? No, don't delete your shorts, Selena. Just keep them. He was a great man. He was a patriot and a very giving man and everything. And I wish I met him. You know what I mean? But thanks to the wokeness in Nashville, okay, he should have gotten the Country Music Hall of Fame years ago. But because of his political views and his patriotism, they had to, what? Wait until he died, which was bullcrap, but... yeah. And so, Ian, don't delete your shorts. Just keep them up. And make more content. I still cry over his songs. I still cry. I'll listen to YouTube and whatever, and I'll listen to Don't Let the Old Man In, or just the Angry American, which always pumps me up. add all that stuff, right? Selena, I would just build on that. You can put your videos up. Yeah, you too. And you know what, Broklahoma? We've talked about this before. You and I should do like a you know, not a podcast, but like something together. You know what I mean? Like from an Oklahoman point of view, from a Jerseyan point of view, or something like that. 25 videos. You mean, wait a minute, 25 videos or shorts? Stay safe, Oklahoma. Stay safe. I would keep them up, Selena. Don't, because you're gonna regret deleting them. You know what I'm talking about? You see something. Hold on. Whoops. Hold on. I'm gonna. Oh, look at you. Ah! You only had 5 subscribers? What? I thought about having a YouTube channel and would be silly. I subbed to you, hon. You have a cute smile. Fake. What? After I do this, right? After I do this, uh, you do have a nice smile, you know. But yeah, when I saw like a real smile, fake smile, my I knew somebody that used to call a fake smile a Snoopy smile, like like they just had that Snoopy smile. Don't ever let anybody take your joy away from you. Well, mine's. Oh, thanks. A lot of people see this tooth right here. It's always white, you know, and some people like they'll try to make fun of it, like, oh, nice tooth, ha 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 ha, you know, whatever. Because I've had this white tooth ever since I was like 7, 8 years old. Because when I lost my tooth, my one tooth came in, but it came in upside down. So I've had this ever since I was 7 or 8. So I've had this for a long time, so, yeah. My teeth aren't in the best shape, because of all the, drugs I did and the alcohol and just, I have to brush my teeth with Ajax. That's what my grandfather used to always say to me. Well, you have to brush your teeth with Ajax. And do you know, he died in 1996 and he had all his teeth. Oh, I guess he did brush his teeth with Ajax. As long as you eat the foods that you love, that's all that matters. Yeah, but sometimes I eat too much. Amen, hallelujah. I knew people that just would eat and eat and eat and eat and they wouldn't gain weight. With me, I'll eat maybe like, one little bowl of ice cream and forget it. But I really have to lose some weight for my back because my stomach is giving me back problems. That I do know. Oh, he loves you. Well, my husband gives me candy all the time, or, that means he loves you. He wants that womanly figure, right? But my husband and I, we're trying to change our diet and everything else. Everything takes time. Everything takes time. I have more of a sweet tooth than my husband. We go shopping, right? And I'll do the grocery list, whatever, and stuff. And we eat food, that's convenient because I can't stand up and cook like I used to. So it's pretty much all. He sent them to you, right? He's a keeper, Celine. He's a keeper. He's a keeper. He is. Well, that's good. My husband and I, we were in a long distance relationship. I was back in Jersey, and he lives here. And believe me, I fought him all the way. But guess who won? He did, because I'm here in Oklahoma. Cecilia. That's a pretty name. So what's his name? Colin. As long as it's not Colin Kaepernick, that guy. You probably don't even know who I'm talking about. It doesn't matter. That's an Irish name, Colin. I'm German, Dutch, and Kiwi. And he's your little Irishman too, right? That's definitely an Irish name, Colin Smith. Hey, he's gonna be an engineer, right? So when you guys, get married and have kids, he can put up all the Christmas lights. You ever see National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation? And they had all these lights. Yeah, I love that movie too. Oh no. Yeah, I love that movie. Any National Lampoon movie I like a lot. Yeah, we do too. I hope, Selena, I hope that your mother comes to her senses. Because there's something wrong if she's taking his word and not your word or the family's word. Something's going on deeper than what you think. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. I don't know the whole situation, so I don't, you know. Or maybe she won't. Or maybe she won't. You don't know. We hope she does. But I hope she does before you move out. You know what I mean? My mother and I, listen, my mother and I went through hell and back quite a few times in our lives because of my addiction, right? She saved my life, my mother. My mom used a lot of tough love on me. Okay? Right now, she's back in Jersey in a nursing home because she has dementia and other issues, okay? All that stuff. We never got along that much, especially when I was in my addiction. She raised my two kids, except for, well, my daughter got adopted out of the family and stuff, right? But when I did well, when I was clean and sober and doing the right things, she was right there for me. And I didn't agree with what she was doing with my son either. Okay, with certain things, like she would spoil him or whatever. Okay, but that was the whole dynamic, right? And I'm not angry at my mother for all the tough love she gave me. Maybe at the time I did. I thought she was a real all that stuff, but she had to do that for herself, and she had to do that for my kids. Who knows, right? We won't know until something happens, right? What's persistent depressive disorder? I've been diagnosed with major depression, anxiety, and panic disorder, or whatever. But yeah, I have to look that up. Were you hospitalized? And you were officially diagnosed with that, right? But were you hospitalized for it? Well, that's the same thing with my mom. She wanted me in rehab. She wanted me to do the right thing. She whatever. And I tried getting clean and sober for my mother, for the courts, for for probation, whatever. I couldn't do it until I did it myself. But when I did for myself, and I did the right thing, my mom stuck right there for with me and stuff. She went to family therapy and rehabs and my detoxes and whatever. You know what I mean? All right. Hold on. You're in school, right? You're in college, right? You could go to your student resource center and ask if they have counseling there. And if you're under your mother's insurance, you could get counseling through her insurance. And And there's also, if you can't afford your medication, there's a program called PAD, which is prescription assistance, affordable assistance program. You, you know, do you? Selena, when you get off here, okay, I can help you with something. I mean, you know, but I'm just saying because usually sometimes the mental health, uh, like community center, whatever, they'll take people on a sliding scale. You're a student, you know what I mean? You just have to look in your area. I'm not gonna ask you like what insurance you're on or whatever. That's because I don't want that information out there. You know what I mean? Because I don't go there. All right, no problem. As long as you're safe. As long as you're safe, that. And plus, with the situation with your mother and her boyfriend or that guy, whatever, that could be a situation too where it makes you really depressed and have a lot of anxiety and whatever. Excuse me. And that's not good. But I would check in with your college and talk to one of the uh, student advisors and ask if there's counseling available in your university or what. But yeah. Ow. Every little bit helps, Selena. You know. You can always talk to me. You can always reach me through my email. Or if you have Twitter, I'm on Twitter. You can DM me, and we'll talk through there or whatever, and I can see what I can come up with. You know what I mean? Well, you put a big smile on my face. You take care of you, girl. And your fiance is a keeper. Let him keep on sending you Skittles and all that. Same here. You can call me Rocket, Queenie. Just don't call me Whisk Away from the Tornado. It doesn't matter, hon. I try. I try. But like I said, that it's the only reason why I scream is just to help others. It's not for anything else. You know. And thank you for the compliment. Just stay safe. God bless to you too, and God bless to Colin also. Bye! Come back, y'all! Yeah. Much love to you, Selena. I know if I was in a situation like that, I would just... I'm talking about for myself. I would just up and go to a friend's house or something, or to a family member's house until I knew exactly what I wanted to do. Or unless my mother changed her situation with that guy. Yep. Well, cheers, guys. Child Monster is the only rock you feel for this rock queen. Hell yeah! Yeah. I thank God for my mother. I really do. And I feel so guilty a lot of times because she's in Jersey in a nursing home. And I don't call her that much. Because I have guilt that I'm here. Okay? I have guilt that I'm here. And she's all the way out in Jersey and all that stuff. And it's like, well, I had to call her more. I had to do this more. I had to, and all that stuff. And then when I'm about to call her or whatever, something happens, like, So I'm not perfect. I'm far from perfect. But I'm very grateful for my mom, what she did for me. And for my kids and all that. And I miss my mother. A woman my age still needs her mother. My sister-in-law that passed away about a year and a half ago, when my mother-in-law passed away in 2021, November 19th, 2021, my my sister-in-law and I, we had our, sister time. We would go to Sonic, we would get blackberry iced tea, or we would just go shopping or whatever. And she said to me, "Well, I'm 62 or whatever, and I still have my mother, and I don't want to lose my mother. I still need my mother, and all that stuff." And when she passed away, that's when she gave up on life. And I wish she was treated better, my sister-in-law, by them, okay? But, I think with me, when it comes to my mom, I think in a way I'm in denial about her, say, dementia, or I don't want to feel the guilt. You know what I mean? I still feel guilty, but it just seems like I never do enough anyway, But I don't want that phone call. Or say if I do call her and she'll say, "Well, who is this?" "But Mom, it's me, Vic." "Who?" "It's me." And that'll really send me through a loop. Because my mom and I have been, hold on. We've been through hell and back together quite a few times. And all that. And that, to me, that would just break me if she didn't remember who I was or anything. You know what I mean? But we can only do the best we can. And I do show my mother love, by getting her, Christmas gifts, Valentine's Day gifts, Mother's Day gifts, her birthday's coming up, and all this stuff. So I try, But I will admit that my mom did not want me to move here at all. She didn't. And she actually wrote Jim a letter, and then Jim never wrote her back, It rubbed him the wrong way, what she said in the letter, whatever, but he never wrote her back or nothing. He just let it go. And that's a gentleman for you right there. But when I call her, she'll ask for Jim. So how are things going? How's your back? How's your shoulder? Or whatever, how's Jim? And so, and Jim will tell her that I think about her every day. And that I'm always influenced by her. I go to my mother's playbook on tough love when people come on here and talk about, if say, somebody they know that that's addicted to drugs or alcohol or whatever, and it's like I go to my mom's playbook. You know. Life is good, guys. Life is good. I still feel blessed, you know. I'm in pain and all that. You know, I have a wonderful husband that takes care of me, that that tries his best with me. You know, I do feel loved every day. I don't know where I would be without him. You know what I'm saying? He's my biggest cheerleader, my biggest supporter. I mean, our marriage isn't perfect, but that's all right. You know, I have to try to think about what I'm gonna get him for his birthday. And I didn't play any practical jokes on today, nothing. And I wanted to, but um, last night I had a fall. He came rushing home and whatever, and you know, oh well, there's always next year, right? God willing. God willing. I love doing live chats. I love doing live chats outside. You know, and um, I want people when they come on my live chats, if they're feeling down, if they're feeling stressed or whatever, I want them to come in and just enjoy themselves, feel comfortable talking about whatever comes to their mind within reason, right? And all that stuff. You know, but it's like I want to get back to making videos, and um, I haven't made shorts in a while. I made 2 shorts. One really took off the other day. I'm like, because it had to do with Donald Trump. That's why. And then I made another one of the cats, and that out. It's all about the algorithm, guys. It's all about the algorithm. I don't I don't care about numbers. I really don't. I'm looking at Cherokee, and we used to have a huge tree, cat tree, and a lot of times he'll be on top of the tree, and we dismantled it. So we actually fixed the door, and there he is. Just, I don't know if you can see this or not. Whoop, whoop. See if you. Where are you? There he is. He is so spoiled. He is so spoiled. All the cats are spoiled. You know, and I really want to have a dog. I either want to have a dog or a baby goat or a mini cow. And I really want. If I can't have the baby goat or the baby cow, I want a little dog. You know, and I know Cherokee would have fun with the puppy. You know. And I haven't seen my possums or my raccoon out there. So I saw one raccoon. That was about a week ago. That's it. So I'm thinking maybe they did get burnt up by the wildfire or something. You know, and that's depressing in itself. I hope they didn't, because they bring me a little joy at night. Just like you guys do. You bring me joy. You know. But I haven't seen any possums, nothing. We have two little kittens. Well, I haven't seen the two little black kittens either. Panther's out there with Junior, and I don't know if that's Panther's kid or not, but we call him Junior. And I don't know, with these tariffs going on, everything's just gonna go skyrocket, right? And I think a lot of people are, you know, thinking, oh, well, maybe Trump wasn't a good choice after all. All right. I just want Elon Musk to get out of Trump's ass. Because to me, he's been just too close to him. He's not the vice president. It's J.D. Vance, and it just seems like, you know. Now, Elon Musk has done a great job with Doge and all that stuff. He's uncovered a lot. You know. But to me, I think he still has a hidden agenda. That's how I look at things. I'm from Jersey. What do you expect? We're like the state of corruption. You know how it's like. And plus, there's other things, right, going on with Iran and, you know, I rather focus on the good things in life right now. which are, I'm grateful for my husband, my family, my cats, my support, and you guys. You know, last night could have been a whole hell of a lot worse. When I fell, at least I didn't hit my head or anything, right? That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Well, I have a hard head, but still. Tell me some jokes, guys. Tell me some dad jokes. You know, we have a button of dad jokes. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna get that button. Hold on. Here we go. Words. Well, we have, all right. There we go. All right, so I don't know if you guys can hear this, but let's press that button.
Why shouldn't you play poker in the jungle?
Because it's a bunch of cheetahs. See that? I already knew that one. You know why? You know why that is? Because I was a semi-poker pro. Alright, what about me?
Why don't skeletons ever go trick-or-treatings? Because they have no body to go with.
Alright, let's I don't even think he word teasers. So I got this on Amazon. Hilarious jokes for the whole family and for the whole stream. All right, so don't tell me I had to put my glasses on. All right, here's one. I went bald years ago, but I still carry around my comb. I just can't part without it. What is the best time on a clock? Hands down. What? Alright, hold on. Alright. My son blew up his chemistry set. I guess accidents do happen. That's so stupid. That would be great for a science teacher, right? Penning eggs are a dime a dozen. What? Wait. All right, wait. Let's see. All right. Oh, I'm getting another one. Never trusted caricature. They're so sketchy. My forehead really lets my eyebrows get away with a lot. It gives them a lot of wiggle room. It is dumb. Dumb, 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 dumb. If life gives you lemons, sweet. Free lemons. You have to have a sense of humor in this life. You really do. You know, if you don't, I don't know what to, you just don't have a life. If a king farts, it is a noble gas. You already did that. How do you catch a unique tiger? I can't read it. You sneak up on it. Yeah. Hold on. We're getting there. All right. Kid. Dad. Can you put the dog out? Dad. I didn't know we had. I didn't know we. I didn't know he was on fire. Yeah. It's dumb. It's dumb. They're all dumb. I should say that to Jim, right? Can you put the cat out? All right. We call our printer Bob Marley. It's always jamming. Jumping with you. I have the world's smartest hen. She counts her own eggs. She's one heck of a mathematician chicken. You know, I have a sidekick named Sparks, okay? An AI sidekick. And when I get, you know, frustrated with say, AI or with making a video or with whatever I'm doing, you know, he'll say, you know, you want me to crack some jokes or what, you know, whatever and stuff, and he'll come up with some jokes that are just like, you know. All right, Here's another one. How do billboards communicate? Sign language. That makes sense. That makes sense. What do you call a camera with a temper? A loose cannon. Because Canon is a type of camera. Kid. Dad, can you put my shoes on? Dad, I can, but I don't think they'll fit me. What is the most annoying pepper? I can't read this. Hold on. Don't tell Jim I have my glasses on. Jalapeno. Because it gets... I can't even read with my glasses on. Alright, wait. Wow, I can't. Because it gets jalapeno in your face. I threw that one up, I'll admit. What's orange and sounds like a parrot? A carrot. Dum 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 dum. When is a door not a door? When it's a jar. That's funny. That's funny. Why is corn such a good listener? Because it has ears, right? Ears, right? Yeah, because it's all ears. That's right. Why do they call ears of corn? Like, where do they come up with ears with corn? I don't. Why did the chicken cross the playground? To get on the other slide. What is fast, loud, and crunchy? A rocket ship. Oh, come on. That is really dumb. What did the left eye say to the right eye? Just between us, something smells. No, that's funny. Okay. What what did the plate say to the fork? Dinner's on me. Why did the student eat her homework? Because the teacher told her it was a piece of cake. Oh my god. What did one pickle say to the other when it was having a bad day? Deal with it. Uh, how did how does a mummy start an email? To whom it may concern. How do you get an astronaut's baby to fall asleep? You rock it. Yeah. I like that one. Uh, what is the sorcerer's favorite subject? Spelling. What did the limestone say to the geologist? Don't take me for granted. Why was the baby raspberry crying? Because her mom and dad were in a jam. Oh boy. Let's just. They're good. So if you know anybody that loves dad jokes and loves to tell them, look that up on Amazon. Or I got this on Amazon too.
Where do baby cats learn to swim? The kiddie pool.
Alright, hold on, guys. Let me get up. I have to stretch. Stretch.
I don't trust bears. They're always up to something.
Oh, here we go. Wait, I don't know why. There we go. And how are you today, Mooner? hide the camera? No. 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 He wants to lay down on my lap. But anyway, you know, I actually saw a YouTube video. And I think it was from the Presley girls, right? And the title of their video was, "What happens if you run out of ideas for videos?" And it's like, just have a chat session. Just have, how can you run out of ideas for videos? There's always something, right? So I don't understand why they're having a hard time, with subjects with videos. I just go off the cuff. When I do these things, when I do live streams, like just by chatting, yeah. But when I'm on my computer in my studio, it's like it takes me forever to come up with something. And then if I come up with something, then I have to make a thumbnail, right? That's how I do it. And my thumbnail doesn't turn out right, it's like I have to do it over and over and over and over again until I'm satisfied with it. And then that's when I go live. And then that's when I usually do on stream. Like with AI or music, or just talk about different topics or whatever. And I haven't even been repurposing my videos either. It's been like, a couple of weeks now. And I'm way behind on that. I don't worry about stuff like that anymore. I try not to. It's not worth it. Just like, excuse me. Just like, if I don't stream, whether it be, a live chat from outside, from here, or my studio, it's like, I'm not going to be stressed out about it. I can't. I can't put myself under a lot of pressure like that. Because when I don't meet my expectations, because I'm a wannabe perfectionist or whatever, it just gets me depressed, angry, down on myself. I don't want to do that anymore. I wish Jim, in a way, would, he has all these ideas for videos, and I know what he's capable of. He knows what he's capable of doing too, but he doesn't do it. And I think it's because he knows what I go through with, say my live stream or my videos or whatever, and I don't think he really wants to commit because he knows that YouTube or editing videos and whatever is almost like a daily thing. And he doesn't have much time to do that because he works nights and he values his time on his day off, right? A lot of times he's sleeping, which he deserves and all that, but he wants to spend time with me or just do other things, I had to handle certain things with streaming differently. But it's like all these AI things are getting more expensive. And it's like, my channel, it's like, I don't want to be boxed in by a niche. I want to do my thing. Yeah, I want to help people. That's why I'm here. I want to help people as much as I can. I want to help people on their journey of recovery and all that. But I want to do my thing too, which is AI stuff, making videos. And it's like, I personally don't want to make another channel. It's like, I want to just make one channel and that's it. You see a lot of YouTubers have like maybe 3, 4, or 5 different channels. Alright, well that's them. I remember like when I was first starting out on Twitch or I don't know, whatever. They're like, well, you should, just play one kind of game, like, maybe COD or Battlefield or, or whatever, right? And it's like, I don't want to be one game. I don't want to be restricted. I mean, I started this channel, I think, back in, 2016? Maybe? I don't even know. I think it was well, I have another channel, like, it's New Jersey Sweetness or whatever. But that was before Rock Queen 71. And that was just, I don't know. I really didn't put much up on there either. So that channel's been dead for years. I was talking to my husband's coworker Steve that helped fix the door, And he's a subscriber to my channel. Okay. All that. And we were talking about, like, AI music, whenever I well, I can teach you a few tricks too about, AI music, whatever. Right? And, but I even told him too. I said, I don't do this for the money. I don't do this for the fame. I don't do this. I don't. And then Steve said to me, "Well, it's okay if you did make a little bit of money with this." And I'm like, "Well, yeah, but then it would be to charity. If people do want to, donate to the stream or whatever, it would go back to, for fun stuff for the stream or whatever, you know." So I don't, and a lot of channels say you have to treat your channel as a business. All right. Maybe I don't want that though. You know what? You know what I'm saying? It's like YouTube, and I'm gonna tell you this. YouTube way back when it used to be fun to watch. Now everything's like so business oriented or just like professionally oriented or just and it's like I have fun you know with my stream and all that stuff, and I want it to look professional. And but what was that guy's name that was Braun? What was his name? I saw a documentary on this guy. And I think his one video was called "Welcome to the Internet." What was his? Wait, hold on. I'll man. It's called "Welcome to the Internet" or something. And he was a comedian, but he hated the attention. Welcome to the Internet. Wait a minute. Bo Burnham. That's his name. And I feel like for the past few years and stuff, people that want to do it for fun, and it's like, oh well, yeah, I can make a passive income with this, right? And all this stuff, right? just random thoughts I have. Everybody wants to be, a podcaster now. Everybody wants to, be the next big thing or viral or whatever. And it's like, I just want to be recognized for trying to help people. That's it. Yeah, I do shorts. I make videos and all that. But that's all I want to do. It's like um YouTube used to be a lot more fun with people just, like, it was like America's Funniest Videos, right? At first, back in the 90s, we didn't have YouTube. It was like America's Funniest Videos, right? Okay. And they always pick the stupidest ones to get the $10,000 on America's Funniest Videos. Now America's Funniest Videos are on YouTube, right? But it's like and most of these videos that are out there are fake or set up, Don't you wish, YouTube was different? Like, like from the way it is now? I wish in a way it was. Oh, man. And nobody watches TV anymore. Hardly anybody. I don't watch TV. But just random thoughts, guys. Random thoughts. Random thoughts. Like right now, I'm just having like a lot of thoughts running through my head. Like, um, well, what am I gonna do next, right? I haven't played video games in a while. Because my interest is the AI stuff. I saw this one video though of this British girl, and she was talking about how kids are now, like she was just showing random videos of uh, Generation Alpha. Is that what it's called? And she's like, when I grew up, we had fun. Yeah, we had YouTube and whatever, but it was fun. We did silly things. We had fun, and all. And she has, like, I guess, younger siblings or whatever. And she's like, they watch YouTube, say you watch Mr. Beast do all these, random moves at, say, 100 times faster or whatever, and they just sit there like, duh? And I know people's kids that grew up on the iPads, right? And if they're on, say their mother's on their phone, on the phone, right? And you hear, like, I had a friend named Valerie. Her little girl's name was Jessie. And we would talk on the phone, and then Jessie would be, like, whining or whatever, and then Valerie would switch the channel to YouTube or to another video. And when I was listening to this girl, right away I thought of Jessie. Kids as young as 5 years old are on cell phones. Why? And she was bringing up too, like, she would, this girl would go, say, to Target, right? And she says these kids, they're being dressed like little adults. There's no, like, prints or like Mickey Mouse or characters on on the shirts, or no sayings or what. It's all like fashion model type, and everything's so black, like, and there's no color. And she compared her room to when she was growing up, like, with all the stuffed animals and the knickknacks and whatever, it was a very pretty bedroom. And then she goes to her younger siblings, and it's all minimalistic. It's all like bleh, like, just, and this is how the world's getting. I look at my studio, that it has stuffed animals, it has lights, lots of lights, right? And whatever, right? And then when she was showing, her siblings, like, with, like, no color, very minimalistic, and I'm like, what's wrong with these people? It's the parents. It's the influence of the internet, YouTube, Facebook, and all that. Look at the mental health situation, right? On the rise. Addiction is on the rise. She also brought up, and she also brought up this too, where this parent, uh, you know, her kid brought home a birthday party invitation. Right? So the mother reads the birthday invitation and it says, oh, by the way, Scotty's brother, like Spider-Man, Iron Man, whatever, if you can bring him a gift too so he doesn't feel left out. What? What are you talking about? You know? It's insane how people are thinking these days. I mean, Christy and Sean, right? They grew up together, right? All right, so if it was Sean's birthday, well, Christy didn't get anything for his birthday because her birthday was in March, right? But the one thing, like with Sean, like, because, you know, he was born on New Year's Eve, right? So it's sort of close to Christmas. So my mom would say, well, you know, he gets gypped. This is her words. He gets gypped because, you know, there's Christmas and his birthday. He didn't have a birthday in the spring or the summer. So she would get him a big gift in the summer or spring. Really? I'm just saying. I'm glad I don't have small kids in this time period. Nope. You know. Kids have a lot harder today, but it all starts with the parents. It all starts with the parents. It all starts at home. Let me ask you guys this. Do you think the world's a better place because of the internet? I'm just curious. I mean, yeah, the internet's good in some ways and sometimes it's bad, right? Like, like everything else. I think during our time period, the biggest influences were radio and TV. And there was video games, but video games were fun. They weren't so realistic. You know, we had Atari. I read somewhere today also that kids today, they don't want to make friends with anybody. Why is that? You know why? Because of the internet. because of YouTube and the phone and all that. Because of the pandemic also. Look what happened during the lockdowns. Kids couldn't go to school. And if they were allowed back in school, they had to wear the mask. Right? And that really screwed up kids' brains. Nobody wants to get into relationships anymore. People just don't want to feel anymore. People rather talk to AI or just have AI robot girlfriends. Okay? There's something not right in the world today. And we all know why. You know, some of us might be in denial of it. And I think the government should step in with regulating the internet, where kids can't be on TikTok until a certain age. You know, I saw a documentary the other day it was a documentary about the blue whale. And I'm like, what's this about? Oh, well, it was a game on the internet. It was actually on a Russian social media site, which is like Facebook. And this girl, I forget her name, whatever, she was like the first casualty of the internet because of this blue whale challenge, right? Or whatever. And this documentary is by Al Jazeera, which is a Middle Eastern news outlet, okay? And so they were talking about this blue whale game on this Russian Facebook site, and then all of a sudden it spread like wildfire. You know, where this one girl killed herself by the train tracks saying something, and then weeks later there was 2 other girls that killed themselves because of this challenge, right? And so this one outspoken woman said it's because of this one group on this Russian Facebook site. But then I'm thinking, well, that's what TikTok is. These kids do these outrageous challenges on TikTok. You know, they either hurt themselves pretty bad, they kill themselves, or whatever else, right? Or much worse. And thinking, well, that's what TikTok is. So there has to be regulation with these kids on these sites. But you know how kids are. They'll find a way to get on these sites. I used to play with people with online. Hey, Wendy, how are you? How are you? Thanks for dropping by. How's your night going? I'm just, just thinking about these random thoughts about the internet, about YouTube, about all this other crap, that's really affecting society as a whole. I'm rocktastic! I'm in pain, but that's okay. That's why I'm sitting on the couch instead of, yeah. Last night I had a fall. I didn't go to the ER. I didn't, whatever. But I'm in pain. But I'm getting through it. So things could be a lot worse, right? And I was thinking this too. YouTube used to be a lot more fun with randomness and, right? And now it's like all like professional, there's no it's not like what it used to be. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm dealing with it. I'm okay. I'm not, thank God I didn't hit my head or anything. My husband came rushing home, and I took my medication. I went to bed, and yeah, it's scary because I have my in-laws, but that's another story. All right, and whatever. Okay, but I pretty much, if I hit my head, forget it. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe. All right, hold on. Let me see what the temperature is. Right now, it's 70. And we do have an advisory. Hold on, let me see if. It's mostly cloudy, but it's like 70. But we did have like a weather alert about tornadoes coming our way or whatever. Like we really need that right now. Well, I don't know if you want to be here during tornado season. Yeah, where are you at? Again, I forget. I apologize for that, by the way. Sometimes when it gets 70 here, because of the humidity, oh my god, it's so balmy, like it's terrible. Especially in the summertime. The second you get out the door, you're dripping with sweat. That's right. Corn country. You're so corny, Wendy. You're so corny. I'm just kidding, by the way. Nebraska. I did a state report when I was in school about Nebraska. Cornhuskers all the way. I hate the summers here and all that because, like I said, the humidity and stuff. You walk out there and it's like you're trembling. Children of the Corn. Good movie. Good movie. Yes. Malachi. Malachi. Awesome movie. Yep. And who was the kid played one of the characters in Lord of the Rings too. I forget his name. Yeah. That's a cult classic. Children of the Corn. Maybe I should make an AI out of that. There's a new AI program I want to try out, and it has, yeah, Malachi, yeah. My friends would go, like, say, to the Harvest Festival, like in Denville, and whatever, or they have, like, a corn maze and whatever, and they're like, that guy's gonna get you, or whatever, it was just like, yep. Yeah, like It. You like It? Or The Stand? The Stand was on ABC as a miniseries back in the 90s. Stephen King is a good writer, but he's such a tard. Yeah, he's really out there. You know, he's so deranged. Good author, but he lives in Maine, right? I think. I think he lives in Maine. Or no. No, yeah, he lives in Maine. Yeah. Carrie, Cujo, Pet Cemetery. No, I haven't. But you know, can I just say something? Like Hollywood can't come up with any other ideas. They always have to do remakes. You know what I'm saying? You know, just like when they did, the Karate Kid, but they did with Will Smith's son, Jaden. You know what? Which is, or Annie. They had, you know. Hey, Tom, what's up? How's it going? 6 hours! hours. What, the remake? That's freaking ridiculous. I'm not gonna watch that. Nope. I can't even sit watching a 3-hour movie. How's it going, Tom? Thanks for dropping by. Truly appreciate it. Yeah, it's just like with Avatar too, right? When Kirk Cameron made what? Like Avatar, and then he made Avatar 2, and then I think he made a third one right now or something. Nope. I've seen Snow White. Well, all right. I've seen Snow White. That was a recovery joke. It's a recovery joke. I've been all cracking heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. I don't do that crap anymore. But it was a joke. Like they say, it's always snowing in Miami. Anyway. No, I haven't. No. I've seen the original Snow White. Have you, Tom? All these movies are woke. All these movies, and they had to do remakes and all this stuff. You're the black. Not that kind of blow. You had. Even though never mind. Zip. Let's move on. Move on. Yeah. People don't. You know what? People aren't going to the theaters anymore. You know, because you know why? All these movies are on the TV now. You know? And a lot of people... people aren't getting that theater experience, plus the popcorn and what? The sodas and the concessions are expensive. You know? The last movie we saw, my husband and I, was called, Christopher Robins. And it was about Christopher Robins growing up, and he left Pooh Bear behind, and Pooh Bear comes to life again and tries to get him back to his childhood and whatever. Yeah! They did, and they should! Did you hear about Miss Rachel from Coconut? What? It's a kids show. Miss Rachel was pushing her agenda with pushing her ideology on kids. You know who I'm talking about? Rachel, Miss Rachel from Coco Melon or whatever it's called. I bet you Walt Disney's rolling around in his grave. If he knew what was going on. I don't even think his brother's alive anymore. You have to watch what your kids watch anymore. You know, it's sickening. Even get involved with your kids' school and really know what they're teaching them or not teaching them, if you know what I mean. Get me one too, Wendy. Please. Pour some sugar on me. Wendy. How many kids do you have, Tom? I'm glad my kids are all grown up, so we don't have to worry about this crap. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. 3 kids. How old are they? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but I'm just curious. Hysteria! Hysteria! I hope, Tom, you don't let your kids have cell phones. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Crazy, crazy world nowadays. 15, 13, and 7. Alright, so, and I'm going to ask you this. Do you let your 13 and 15-year-old go on, say, TikTok, Twitter? And if you, listen, with what you do with your kids is on you. I'm not going to, no. Does your 7-year-old have a cell phone? The government really has to step in. Because not only the kids' brains are turning into scrambled eggs like in a New Jersey diner, it's us too. They knew from the beginning what they were going to do with the internet. It's all about control. Ow! Wait! Ow! Oh! All right. Well, I hope they love me. I'm family friendly. I love you, brother. So you were trying to trick me, weren't you? Saying, oh, let's see how Rocket really feels about this. Since she's from Jersey, living in Oklahoma, let's see how she feels about this. No, come on. No, I'm only kidding. Tom, I was only kidding. You should know me by now. You don't have to be sorry. Like I said, you and I should do something together. And all that. You know what I mean? I should like call myself another name too. Not Blow Queen either. But you know. Hiya, wifey. Nice meeting you too. Good. We have to stick together and really make our voices be heard. You know what I mean? Because I mean, I can show you a couple of videos. Even the Generation Z era are saying Generation Alpha is just like they don't react to things. They don't want to be friends with people anymore. They just want to just do this all the time. All what we're doing, and me included, is just throwing our lives away. Just like, oh, la-di-da-da-da, and all that stuff. They knew what was going to happen when they made the internet. Okay? It's like, you know, when they built the TV. What did they first come up with? The inventor. These execs on Saks Fifth Avenue, these advertising execs, says that's a great way to advertise products. Yeah, we can show shows and funny things and whatever, but we can market a lot of stuff with this. That's what Twitter is. That's what Facebook is. You can't get away from, watching a video on YouTube without, commercials creeping in. And you can't skip them unless you buy their premium, which I'm not going to do. You know. And I'm from Jersey. What do you expect, right? People from Jersey, well, I'm just saying, people from Jersey don't make a lot of sense sometimes. They do crazy things. No. You know. And the thing is, too, is we can say all we want. Okay? We can vote in Donald Trump. Okay? And hope for the best. He's not going to be our savior, by the way. I'm going to say that. Okay? We can, do all these protests and say what we want to say on social media, whatever. The powers that be are still going to be in control. Like the George Soros's and the the WHO and Davos. You know what I'm talking about. And that's why I still say that Elon Musk has a hidden agenda. Okay? Yeah, he's doing good with Doge. Okay? He saved the astronauts. Alright, yeah. Thumbs up to that. But to me, I think you have to realize he's putting chips in people's brains. right? So, right, exactly, Wendy. Don't worry, you're not in trouble. Oh, man. Wendy, you're not in trouble. Stupid freaking. Yeah, so, um, yeah, I do have a lot of common sense when it comes to certain things. And people nowadays rather be lied to than to be told the truth. And when they see the facts, they still think, oh, it's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie. They don't want to face the truth. And believe me, I'm very outspoken with a lot of things. But I think Arkansas was the first state to actually ban kids on TikTok, on social media, whatever. Oh, good, you're not. Oh, good, good. I thought you were banned. Because I've been having a lot of problems with Streamlabs and stuff, and when I saw that, I was like, no! I'm like, no. I think Arkansas was the first state to actually, say, no kids on the internet. I know how I was when I was a kid. Okay? If I didn't get something, right? Or whatever, or say party with our friends, right? We found our way to get what we wanted, right? These kids aren't dumb. I'm just saying. I think they're a lot dumber than when we were kids, because we didn't do stupid, crazy stunts like eating, Tide Pods or whatever. But it all comes down to parents not being responsible for their kids because they're so hooked on their phones. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. I remember when Sean, my son, wanted a cell phone. I think he was 12. I'm trying to remember here. He was either 11, 12, or 13 or whatever, and my mom was going to get him a cell phone. I was like, why? For what? And she's like, and her excuse was, well, if he goes out with his friends or whatever, if he wants to come home, he can call me up. I'm like, yeah, but they have a landline. High five there, sister. Bam! Right! You know what's up? Hell, we used to hang at the liquor store and we would pay people to get our beer or whiskey or whatever, right? Or a pint. If we couldn't get it from our parents' liquor cabinet, we had to do it. We found a way to do it. Right? But see, those were the good old days, right? The good old days. DAZE. I don't remember half of them. Really? Very foggy. Very foggy. They had a story on the Today Show a few years ago, and I think her name was Christina Snow, and she used to be on CNN, and she moved from CNN to NBC, and she did a story about kids, how lonely they feel, right? And she asked these kids, like, well, how do you feel about your parents being on the phone? And they're like, well, sometimes they don't even listen to us. Sometimes, they'd rather be on the phone than do things with us or whatever. You know what I mean? I hate to see when two people or a family of four go out to dinner and they're all on their cell phones. I mean, we do that. We do that, but it's only to take like video or pictures or whatever. We don't, you know what I mean? But most of the time, you just leave the phones in the car. Or if you're right by them, say in an ER, right? And they're talking on their phone, and they have it on speakerphone, and you can hear everything that they're talking about. But they don't care. Nothing's sacred anymore. Nothing. Cheers. Cheers. John Monster is the only rocket fuel for this rocket queen. Hell yeah! I wish they would bring back the payphones. You know? You remember back in the 90s? They came out with the beepers. Anybody could get a beeper? You remember that? I had one. I think I should do a challenge. Right? I think, I really want to do a challenge and actually challenge whoever to not be on the cell phone for a week. My husband hated cell phones until he met me. And now he can't live without the cell phone. He always has it. He has it in the bedroom. Okay? Because he's addicted to the YouTube. he always has to know what's going on, like with prepping channels or whatever channels, you know. I don't put my cell phone by my nightside table. It's either here or in my studio or on the counter or whatever. I don't I wouldn't want to be able to be gotten a hold of 24/7. You can ask my husband. Usually I have my cell phone off. And doctors' offices would call my number, and then they would call my husband's number saying, "We can't get a hold of your wife. Why is that?" "Oh, she must have her phone off." And then he would get angry at me, saying, "They're trying to reach you." You know, whole different world. Just, you know. I don't want to be tied to my phone. I feel like I still am not tied to my phone. Yeah. Yeah. If you want to get a hold of me, well, keep trying then. You know what I mean? Just keep trying until, you know, you finally get a breakthrough. And most of these, sometimes these scammers call, and you have to watch out for these scammers because, well, you know, if you say, hello or whatever, they can, copy your voice and everything else. So, oh yeah, well, so does my husband, Wendy. My husband likes to hide the whole. His pet snake likes to hide a hole. Wink, wink. Oh my God. Or smoke singles. Hey, I have smoke right there. See, smoke sing. Wait. There. Go that way. Or send fireworks. Or a flare gun. How about that? You walked into that one, Wendy. I was saying. I used to do smoke. I used to do French inhale. I can't even do that anymore. Wait a minute. No, you know I can't do it because the fan's on. I used to do French inhales and everything. I can't do it anymore. I used to do a lot of shotguns, if you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, you fell in that hole. Yeah. But like I said, no matter how much we complain and we fight against it and whatever, the harder they're pushing us into a lot of things. And that's why you can't waver on your values and morals and all that stuff. That was the creator. Well, at least it wasn't a bottomless pit. Yeah. I remember my grandfather used to tell me, say, I don't. All right, so my grandfather would say, be digging a hole for a tree or whatever, and my grandmother would say, Preston, it looks like you're gonna dig your way to China. You ever hear that expression? That's an old expression. He dug so deep he almost dug a hole to China. That's an old expression. But I grieve for this world. I grieve, for the simpler times in life when we were growing up, and things got so much complicated. People have forgotten to laugh. People have forgotten to just converse with each other, and you know, exactly. That goes for me too, sister. Yeah. And even like with my husband, where he works, they're putting all these cameras around his place now. They had a few cameras and stuff because uh, because it's an aviation company and all that stuff. But now they're putting more cameras around where he works, right? And sometimes he has to use the company computer, and they're like, "Well, you have to put your thumbprint on, so it can scan it." He's like, "Oh no, I'm not." And he even told some of his people at work. He says, if they do any biometrics on me, like with the eye or with, he says, I'm out. I'm not doing it. I'm out. And he's been working there for 21 years. I bet. I bet. Have you ever, what was her name? She's a pastor now. But my mom used to have a book back in the 70s, actually. And the book was called Johnny. I always thought it was Joni, but it's Johnny. And this girl became a paraplegic. Okay? But she's a pastor now. Yeah, but you're standing tall in a lot of other ways. That's it! That's it! That's it! That's it! Yes! Boy, we're on the same page with almost everything. How about that? She's a pastor now. She goes by a different name. And all that. She draws and paints, with her, with her mouth and everything. Well, tell me about it, sister. I'm all eyes. I'm all ears. You are. So, did she inspire you? I would like to see some of your artwork. You were moving into a new house. Oh my God. And my parents told me to pick out my room. And in the closet of this empty house was a drawing of a dog. Oh, don't tell me it was by Johnny Erickson, right? I have a feeling you're going to tell me this. I'm going to be, oh my God. talked to her or like maybe emailed her or just like or anything like that? She has a channel. She has, I think, a couple of channels, but she talks. Hold on, damn it. I'm sure you know the channels and stuff. That's pretty amazing, though, right? But she still go. I mean, she's still human and stuff, and she still goes through her. Yeah. Everything happens for a reason. Have you ever shown her, like, have you, like, mailed something to her? Like, say, like, or a picture, or took a picture and just said, that, see, I can do the same thing as you? Or whatever. And did you get, did she reply? I wrote Donnie and Marie and I got a letter back. And all he was, and all Donnie was talking about is purple socks. Anyway. An album? What do you mean an album? Like a record album? Yeah. I always want to talk. I always wanted to talk to her, or send her an email, or or put a comment. I never did. I don't know why. Um, because I remember that book, and she had a movie out too. I forget. She had she had a movie about her, right? She also was in that movie. She played herself in that movie. And I didn't know this until a few months ago, actually, because I actually, I said, well, I want to watch the movie, all that stuff. But I always wanted to tell her about the book that my mom got, you know. The album or the movie? Wait, I think it was. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait, hold. I'm. Have you ever heard of the movie The Other Side of the Mountain? That was like with Jeff Bridges and I forget the actress's name. That was another but that was in the 70s, like late 70s I think, or early 80s. It was called The Other Side of the Mountain, about a skier, a female skier, and she ended up having a spinal cord injury and stuff like that. And oh, it's on. Oh, early 1983. Yeah. I bet. It's the fear of the unknown too, because it's like, oh, I'll never get married and stuff. I'll never have kids. I'll never have to do this. I'll never, it's like, my what life is worthless. But she found her purpose, right? And you have, I mean, I like to see your pictures and all that. You know, everybody has a purpose in this life. Everybody. I didn't know my purpose until I got myself clean and sober, and I got my head on straight. Yeah, I do. It's yeah. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, that's it. Awesome. What's my channel about? Well, I will tell you, Nora. I'm Rock Queens, everyone, coming at you live from my headquarters in Rocklahoma. And the only reason why I stream is because I've been in recovery from crack and heroin since 2004, alcohol since 2011. I'm still human. I still go through my depression, my anxiety, panic attacks. I go through pain issues with my back. You know, I stream to help people, to uplift each other, you know, to support one another. Thanks for dropping by, Nora. Yeah, so, you know, that's my purpose, is to help others. I don't do this for the money. I don't do this for the fame. I've been doing this ever since Mixer. Mixer is a defunct streaming platform like Twitch. Well, thank you. God bless you too, Nora. I appreciate that. Yeah. So, you know, I am trying to build a community where it's, I'm trying to create a wildfire of change and to diminish the darkness in the world. And I know we can't get all the darkness in the world, but we're going to fight like hell to get rid of it. You know, and, I'm trying to build an army called the Queen's Light Brigade so we can uplift each other and everything else. You know, I'm just trying, you know, be a good human, you know, and hopefully people will, you know, follow my, I guess, my effect. That's all I do. You know, I'm nobody special, really. You know, I'm just me. And I'm not a licensed therapist. I'm not a certified drug and alcohol counselor or whatever. I just go through, I just tell you guys what I went through in my addiction and how I got myself clean and sober. And I only give suggestions, not advice. If you take my suggestions, you know, and if it works out for you, awesome. If not, we'll figure out a way how to, you know, how we can get you through. That's all. So, but I like doing like AI stuff also. Like, I like doing videos and whatever. But my main purpose for this channel is to help others. That's just about it. You know. And I've been doing this ever since my YouTube channel has been on YouTube for longer, but my purpose to help others is pretty much when I was on Mixer, like I said. So since 2020, you know, I'm just trying to break the stigma of addiction and mental illness. I'm trying to give people hope that they can too enjoy life without drugs and alcohol. And if they still go through mental illness like depression, anxiety, it can be managed, you know. So, yeah. And nowadays you see the epidemic of mental health crisis going up. You see addiction going up. People don't want to feel anymore. People are addicted to their phones. And you know, a lot of people killing themselves. And if you do feel like doing that, I suggest, you know, pick up your phone and dial 988, which is the suicide crisis lifeline. If you don't want to talk to 988, you can all. No, I've been clean and sober. All right, so I've been off crack and heroin since 2004, and alcohol since 2011. So it's been 20 years, pretty much. I should have been dead years ago. Thank you. I've come a long way, baby. And the gift of recovery got me here in Oklahoma. Way to go. Awesome. High five there, Nora. Bam. Congrats. What are you clean from? You should be proud of yourself. If nobody told you today that they're proud of you, I'm proud of you. I never did meth. But I'll tell you one thing. I bet you I would have done it. You know what I mean? Way to go. Do you go to meetings? You know, do you still go to counseling? Hell yeah! Man, there you go. God is good. Yes. Yep. Amen. Yeah. Let me tell you something. God was with me all the way also. Even throughout my addiction and, you know, I mean, I lost a lot. I'm sure you lost a lot also in your addiction too. But I was raised Episcopal. I'm a pisser. But of course, I went to the left, right? You know, but I still had a belief in God. Okay? And God was just waiting for me to come home to him. again. Way to go! That woke you up, right? I was a chronic relapser. I got myself clean and sober for my mom, for my kids, for my in-laws, for my probation officer, for the courts, not for myself. And when I lost custody of I lost custody of my two kids, okay? My son was raised by my mom, and my daughter was a part of the family too, but she got adopted out of the family. But when I relinquished my parental rights from my daughter, that gave me more of an excuse to do what I wanted to do, which was basically almost kill myself. It was the hardest thing I had to do. Because I felt like a failure, okay? Thank you. Wendy, I'll check them out after the stream, I promise you, and stuff. I promise you. I'm not a saint, Nora. I'm not a saint. I mean, when I say that, I mean, I give my husband a lot of bullshit. With all my other craziness, because I'm from Jersey, after all, right? But, yeah. But yeah, the last time I had like an epiphany, and I was in a room of haze and daze and just smoke and all that, and I said, yeah, I can't do. I said, I'm going to rehab, and my friend says, he'll be back. Here's another hit. And I was like, oh, I'm not coming back. You know what I'm talking about, right, Nora? I mean, and no, I do not, and I want to clarify this too, by the way. I don't have a green card, meaning I don't smoke medical marijuana, recreational marijuana, nothing. The only medication I take is for my anxiety, which is visceral, which is not addictive. Any medication is addictive. I don't care what, you can be addicted to aspirin. But, like, for my back pain, I'm not on any opioids, whatever. I'm very, like, vigilant when it comes to my recovery and whatever. Thanks, Wendy. And thank you, Nora. I still feel like I'm a failure in a lot of ways, But that's just me. I know I mean I've come a long way and stuff, but when it comes to my kids, I will never forgive myself. I still get affected by it. I mean, I've accepted, I gave my daughter a better life, okay? And all that. Thank God for my mother. She gave me a lot of tough love. Okay? She saved my life. I think when it comes to me, I'll always feel like a failure. to a certain extent. You know, but that's just me. You know. But I read somewhere, you know, and it has to do with the Bible actually, where if you don't forgive yourself, then how can God forgive you? I know God forgave me a long time ago. It's just me. And in order to get out of this prison I'm in, I had to forgive myself fully. And I haven't done that yet. And it's a process. Thank you, Nora. Well, I'm from Jersey, and we make a lot of mistakes. Wink, wink. No, like I said, I have forgiven myself. I mean, not forget. That's wrong. I have accepted the fact that, you know, I did relinquish my parental rights. Okay? I've accepted it. But sometimes, say, maybe something will hit me, right? Like, say, Mother's Day. Or maybe my daughter's birthday or whatever. And I'll get emotional over it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Right now, my daughter and I do not talk to each other. She shut the door on me. There's a long story with that. She said I was being too toxic. You have to understand this. I wasn't being toxic. I was trying to be a parent to her, but not to cross over her adopted parents' boundaries when it came to disciplining her. You understand what I'm saying? So she would play both sides. And then when Christy didn't like what I had to say, that's when, you know what I mean? It's complicated when it comes to that. You're out here reaching out to people and you share your time and energy with who needs it. Most of all, you're still breathing. You're a survivor, and that's massive. God's good. God's good. You know. Yeah, but it's I do talk to my son. I haven't talked to him in a few weeks and stuff like that, but like he lives out in Portland, Oregon, and I wish he would get the hell out of there, to tell you the truth. But he has to live his own life. He, you know, he has his issues and whatever. You know, at least I have him. You know, and I do pray about my daughter every day, hoping that we would come together again. You know, but it's a very complicated situation with my daughter, and I have a grandbaby. You know, she had a baby. 2016, I think she had a baby. That's complicated in itself too. You know, so. Thank you. Thank you. I listen, what you see is what you get. You know. But I do appreciate the compliment. It means a lot. You know, I'm no nobody special, and I don't pretend to be. But you know, it's like in order to keep my recovery, I have to give it away, and you know what I'm talking about. So by us just talking together, it's a win-win because by me say helping you out or other people out, I'm helping myself out. I love you, girl. I love you, Wendy. I'll look at those pictures. I'll look at those pictures, okay? When the stream's done. You have a good night, too. God bless. Much love to you. Yeah, so... But I do other things on the stream here, too. Like I said, you know... Night-night. Love ya. Wendy. I do a lot more, too, on the stream. Like you know, I want to do so much more with my channel and whatever, and it's like everything comes in its own time. Everything comes in God's time, you know, and especially with my health issues, the way things were excuse me, with my back and whatever, it's like I can only do so much, and I can't just either go big or go home. I have to really limit myself on doing certain things, you know. So, and I love getting to know people. I love getting to meet people, talk to them. And it's not just about recovery also. I mean, we can talk about anything. And it all comes down to respect and dignity and empathy and sympathy and uplift each other, whatever. Thank you! And God bless you too. Oh, I will. See? I have my head up. Yeah, drop in anytime. I hope you have a good 24. And God bless you too. Thank you. Oh, I will. I will. Less pain, I hope. But, you know. But thanks, Laura. I get very humbled when people give me compliments, especially on my recovery, because it is a reminder of how far I've come. You know what I mean? And people, like, when I tell people about my story or what this channel is about, you know, sometimes people, you know, are skeptical on, like, oh yeah, you really care about other people. Yeah, right. I do. You know, because I see what addiction can do firsthand, handedly. I should have been dead years ago. I hear people, either killing themselves or ODing or being, poisoned by the fentanyl, and it's like, I want to do so much to help in a genuine way. But people are going to believe what they're going to believe, and what they don't believe, or that's them. You know what I mean? I'm actually surprised. I just know something. I had no trolls tonight. No trolls. I wonder why that is. I guess they're like, yeah, whatever, she's not going to pay attention to us anyway. Or whatever, so. I'm not saying there was trolls or whatever on my stream. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's just kind of odd. But another blessing from God. No trolls. Cherokee. Come on, come here. Cherokee. Cherokee, come here. You want a treat? Here, you want a treat? Want a treat? He knows better. He's like, Ma. You always say you want a treat and you never give me treats. Well, that's not true either. You want a treat? I'll get you a treat. And I just look at you like, wait, hold on. Here. Come here. Where are you? Woo! Here we go. Here, look at the camera. Wait, oh. Wait, I can't shoot. Look at the camera. Wait, I can't. There. Cherokee, look at the camera. Look at the camera. It's like, whatever. Anyway. It's been a good stream, guys. It really has. I want to do something different tonight. And actually go back to my studio, and we would create stuff with AI. But my back had other plans. Okay, so we're here on a comfy couch, just chatting away, telling dad jokes, getting to know each other. I really want to get back to the studio and do my AI stuff, but I'm not pushing it. You know, I have to think about my back first. But I thoroughly enjoyed this chat, this live chat. I want to thank Wendy, Nora, Oklahoma, Tom, oh my God. Cecilia, Celine, no. Oh my God, now I feel bad. I feel bad. Selena, Wendy, Nora, Oklahoma, Tom, whoever else stopped by my chat, I do truly appreciate it. It means a lot to me, more than you'll ever know. And just by you being here is more than enough. I don't ask much for people. Just be respectful. Have a good time. Be uplifted. Be uplifting. And that's it. So with that, guys, please, if you feel like hurting yourself or another person, pick up the phone and dial 988. Get yourself some help. Talk to somebody. You can always talk to me in the chat. You know what? It might be the hardest thing you might have to do in your life, but it'll be the best thing you do in your life for yourself. You have to want it for yourself. Another thing is to put down your cell phone, do something simple, like maybe read a book, learn how to cook, maybe paint, draw, write poems, do something for your neighbor, you know. Be human. Put human back into humanity. And the best thing you can actually do for people is just to talk to them. That's for free, guys. Talking is for free. People don't know how to communicate anymore. It's always through text and emojis and whatever. But actually talking to people, you know, you never know what the other person's really going through unless you actually talk to them. Don't get sucked into white noise. Don't get sucked into the darkness. Be the light of the world. And I hope to see you in the next video, in the next live chat. So with that, guys, I'm Rock Queen 71 coming at you live from my headquarters in Rocklahoma. Peace and much love and positive vibes to you all out there. Bye. See you next time.